Gracias, Kencho. ¿Puedes oírme? No? Does it work? Can you hear me?
¿Me oís? ¿Funciona?
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Okay, hace muchos años en una conferencia de la prensa sobre el trabajo de Dartington en País Vasco, hablábamos en inglés y después, unos minutos, una chica de la prensa me preguntó, ¿es posible hablar en español? Y le contestó, sí, puedo intentar. Y para, no sé, 2 o 3 minutos, yo hablaba en español, en un forma de español, para mí, al menos, pareció perfecto. Pero era evidente en las caras de la prensa que todo no era bien. Y de repente la misma chica que me preguntó hablar en español dijo, hombre, probablemente a lo mejor hablamos en inglés. So I think it's probably going to be better to use the translation at the back than my very poor Spanish. I think maybe I'm trying to see the perspective from the audience, and I think maybe it may appear a very American or American-British presentation that you're hearing here. And I don't know whether that is actually, how we're going to make some progress for here. For me, the opportunity that's being presented in some of the collaborations that we might have is a European opportunity. And by Europe, unlike the minister that we heard yesterday, I include Britain. You'll see the British flag is at the back there. We are a part of the European Union, although not all of our politicians are very happy about that. But the European opportunity for me is to bring together the respective strengths of United States science. And the United States are a long way ahead of Europe in the science in our area. They invest in science, they respect science in the way that we don't respect science in the European Union. But it's a collaboration between that and public systems. And the United States don't get public systems. They've just introduced universal health care. They think this is a new idea. This is something very exciting that they should invest in. And we've had this for several decades. And in the United States, evidence-based programs, for all of their great strengths, are marginal to their systems. They're funded on short-term funds from one year to the next, very often. In Europe, we have very poor investment in science, but we do have very well-established public systems. And the trick for me is to eject small amounts, not large amounts, small amounts of science into these systems, into health, into education, social care, child protection, mental health, public health. This is what I mean by systems. Systems have one great strength. They systematize. That's what they're set up to do. And they can maintain things over a long period of time. Sometimes too long. Sometimes they maintain things long after they're needed. But they do systematize. And this is what evidence-based programs lack in the United States. They lack systems for funding. They lack systems for coaching, training, fidelity monitoring. You've just heard from Scott that MST has fantastic systems for delivering MST in the places where MST operates. But they're not publicly operated systems, and that means that Scott has to pay attention every time the program is delivered. And those systems are around MST. They're not around MST and FNP and FFT and the other programs as well. And that, I think, again, is our opportunity to get these programs into the mainstream. And a lot of Dartington's work is getting systems ready for evidence-based programs and getting evidence-based programs ready for systems. And that, I think, is something you probably want to think about in Spain, is the role of what we call intermediary organisations. Dartington is one, there'll be many here in Spain, and they have to play a critical role here. Because over here, if you think about it, you know, we've got science, we've got what works, we've got cost-benefit analysis from Steve yesterday, we've got epidemiological evidence we heard from a speaker yesterday, we've got the perspectives of children and families, we've got lots of administrative data we heard from Jesus yesterday, and all of that has to be brought together in some way. Over here, you've got public systems, you've got health, education, social care, police, youth justice, and they all have to be brought together as well in some way. And then if you like, down here are the users of systems, children, families, practitioners are users of systems. They have to be involved in that conversation as well, as Kate very eloquently put it a few moments ago. So those things have to be linked. And it's very hard for science to link with systems, and systems to link with science, and then to link with users. You need some organisation in the middle to facilitate that conversation and to make these things come together. And that's very much what Dartington's work has been around in this area. It's about brokering knowledge. Around finance, Louise will talk about, my colleague will talk about that a little bit later on, about programme selection, what kind of portfolio of these programmes do you want? You don't want one, you want a portfolio to really make a difference. About high quality implementation, how many times have we heard that? High quality implementation, but you need some help to think about that, to get the expertise that Scott has injected into your system and working really effectively. And good evaluation. And good evaluation, we heard yesterday a lot about private investment, about social investment. But these people really want strong evaluation. They want to know that their investment is producing a return on that investment. And that's going to require some brokering as well. But my work and Dartington's work has been involved over the last since around 2005 in supporting major investment strategies in this area, in Ireland, England, Scotland, now in the United States. And we've made a lot of mistakes. And I think one of the great advantages of coming late in Spain is that those mistakes don't have to be learnt twice. You can take a lot away from what others have done. The core issue here, to me, is to bring together evidence-based programs, to bring evidence-based programs to scale. The simple empirical fact, everywhere in Europe, in the United States, whether it's in our field or in business, is that most things that have been taken to scale are not proven, and most things that are proven have not been taken to scale. To scale things that are not proven, universal health visiting. We love our health visitors in the UK. I'm a father. We had a health visitor come to our house over a period of time. We love that health visitor. It's completely unproven technology. But nonetheless, it's been scaled. Custody for young offenders. Since pioneering breakthroughs in the United States in the early part of the 20th century, we have been locking up young offenders separately from adults in the US and in the European Union. Not only is that unproven, there's a reason to believe that it's actually going to be quite harmful. If you look at Tom DeShon's work at the University of Oregon, take people with behaviour problems and put them together, and what do you get? You get increased behaviour problems. But that's something that's been scaled. Most eligible offenders are likely, at a certain level, are going to get that intervention. Things that are proven that are not scaled. Well, we heard yesterday David talking about nurse-family partnership, a 30-year journey. And the penetration rate in the United States is less than 10%. Kate talked earlier on about what's happened in the UK in the last 6 years. In the UK, it's already at around 15%. Why is that in 6 years so quickly in the UK and so slowly in the US? Because I suspect having a public system, having the integrated systems that we have in the UK, makes it easier to inject these things in. But we're still only at 15%. Scott's work, which is, you think about it, 20,000 cases worldwide. I mean, that is a phenomenal achievement for one organisation. But it is I don't know what the penetration is for MST, but it must be less than 1% or 2% of eligible kids. This is something that reduces crime. It doesn't maybe reduce crime. This reduces crime. The politicians really love the idea of reducing crime, but we've only got penetration rates of 1 or 2%. Why is that? That's something that we have to think about. So the real benefits to me of evidence-based programs come with scale, of getting them to every eligible child, because that brings public health benefits. What I'm interested in are the mothers of children that are not eligible for family nurse partnership, that change their parenting behaviour because they come in contact with parents that have been on family nurse partnership. That, to me, is it's contagion, and it's a public health effect. And we're only going to see that when we get to certain levels of scale. Young people not getting on an MST program, maybe they're not eligible, but they change their behaviour because they're around kids that have changed their behaviour because they have been on MST. These, to me, are the real promises of evidence-based programs. So you can see that, well, you know, how's this going to work in Spain? We've got no evidence-based programs in Spain. And now, this guy on the platform here is saying, now we want to get them to a big scale. We want to get them to everybody. How's that going to work in a short period of time? And the thing that we keep stressing, we're doing a lot of work now with the Gates Foundation. The Gates Foundation, as I'll describe a little bit later on, really do think big, a little bit too big in some cases. But scale can be big and scale can be small. So scale can be big, and the Gates Foundation, they're trying to reduce mortality of children around the world. This is a fundamental piece of work that all of us should be involved in some way. Their test site for that work, the test site, is Bihar in India. Bihar has a population of 110 million people. That's a test site. So scale can be really big. Kate is trying to scale FNP in England. That's 60,000 cases. That is a big job, and it feels almost daunting. How are you going to do that? I should imagine in Spain that's going to translate into something like 35,000 cases. But scale can also be small. Louise is working with a venture fund in the UK to think about how we get family nurse partnership to every eligible mother in one UK city, in Derby. And I can't remember, Louise, how many families will that be in Derby? 500. So scale in Derby, because people, mothers in Derby do not, they mainly mix with other mothers in Derby. So that's the area we want. We want to affect that area. So here, scale can be 500 mothers. And Kate talked about doing one child at a time. I'm very interested in doing one community at a time, one city at a time. And this is another way we can get to scale. We know from research that, and for the research we're doing at the moment for the Gates Foundation, that scale is not just about product. We've seen a little bit of that over the last few days, but I just want to expand the point a little bit more. It's also about process. You never see something that's scaled where there isn't also a process to go with it. So this thing down the bottom here is a combine harvester. I don't know how that translates into Spanish, but it is one of the reasons why the United States is as successful as it is. It was invented by the man whose name on there, it's called McCormick, and what McCormick managed to do was take people off the land from farming and get them into industry, because that machine could do what 20 or 30 people could do at a lower cost. So that helped to transform the United States. He built that machine, and it sat in his cupboard for about 10 years. Nobody would use it because it was much too expensive to buy. So he did something else. He also invented a financial system that would allow farmers to take the combine harvester, and then they paid for the combine harvester out of the profits that they made by having greater efficiency of using the combine harvester. It was the product and the process that made the difference. Toyota cars, many of you in the room will be driving Toyota cars. Toyota cars 60 years ago was a sewing machine manufacturer. It didn't make any cars at all. And now it's the biggest manufacturer of cars in the world. And I don't have a Toyota, but I believe they're very good cars. But the thing that transformed Toyota is a production process that's called just-in-time. If you go into your showroom in I don't know about in Madrid, but if you go into a car showroom in Toyota in Tokyo, you choose the car that you want, the color and so forth, and they make it for you. And 5 days later, they deliver it to your home, a car, just in time. I don't know how it is in Spain, but just in time in child protection is usually about 28 days. In Tokyo, they can make a car in 5 days. But that process, which by the way is used in most industries now, the just-in-time process, and the product is what transformed Toyota cars. We do a lot of work with the Gates Foundation, and we've been working with Jeff Rakes, who used to be the CEO, the chief officer of Microsoft. And he says to us, why is Microsoft this huge giant of a company that we all know? He said, when we started, we were tiny, and we had two big bets. The first bet was Bill Gates with his software, and this idea that you could use a mouse to move around and to navigate. This was a very radical idea, but on its own, it wasn't going to go anywhere. Jeff Rakes was the man that thought about producing a license that put several bits of software together, the word processor, the PowerPoint, the Excel spreadsheet, all in a single license that you could use on any computer, not just an IBM, but on any computer, on an Apple, if you want, later on. And that also made a difference, but it wasn't going to make a difference by itself. But if you have the product and the process together, you have what we have with Microsoft, which is world domination of a single product. So this is something that we have to think about in the area of evidence-based programs from my perspective. The product is the evidence-based program, but we need much more innovation around the process, around the system. We need to get evidence-based programs ready for systems, and we need to get systems ready for evidence-based programs. So I'm going to say a little bit about getting the system ready to work, and the starting point for that always, for me, is money. Of course, why are we doing this work? We're doing it, as Kate said, we're doing it to improve the lives of children and families. But systems start with money. They disperse money. That's their primary function. If you don't understand money, you don't understand how public systems operate. My colleague Louise Morpeth later on will say more about this particular slide. I'm not going to go into any detail. What I'm going to tell you is that it's a fund map. It's a very simple description of where the money goes in a community that we've been working in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. It's all of the system money as it's dispersed to health, education, child welfare, mental health, youth justice, public health, etc. It comes to around €8,000 per child per annum. And we've done these fund maps in the UK, in Ireland, in Scotland, as well as this one in the US. Rather curiously, the same amount of money keeps coming out at the other end. It's usually around £5,000 per child per annum, or $8,000 per child per annum, wherever you operate. There's some variation in that. Louise will talk about that later on. But the distribution of that money and the control of that money differs. And that's the power of systems. You have to understand where this money is going and how it's going to be distributed. If you understand that, you begin to get part of the key to evidence-based programs. This slide also is from some work that we've been doing in Atlanta. It's a plan for a portfolio, remember the word Steve used yesterday, a portfolio of evidence-based programs. There are 50 of these evidence-based programs that we feel are reasonably reliable, by the way, to choose from, not just the ones that we've heard about over the last few days. There are some for children on this particular list. This is not a definitive portfolio. This is the one that we felt was right for this community in Atlanta. There are some for all children. The PATHS program changes children's social and emotional regulation, and that makes a difference to their education and social outcomes. Life skills training, that's about drug, alcohol, substance abuse prevention. These are things that go into schools as a class in schools. So they're very system ready, they fit very nicely within systems, and they're for all children. And then there are some on there for high-risk children. There's the Incredible Years program, which is a parenting program. There's Family Nurse Partnership, you've heard already about. And then on this one, we've got functional family therapy. I could have easily put MST up there. In this particular example, this community decided they wanted to do functional family therapy. It was a similar program with some important differences. These programs will have short-term effects. Things like PATHS and FFT will produce effects in the very short term, but it will also produce some long-term effects. So we like this portfolio where it's balanced. NFP, as we heard yesterday from Steve, it's going to take some time before you begin to see some of the economic benefits. FFT will produce a very quick economic benefit as well as quick benefits for children. And this operates at all stages of child development. We go from -9 months to 2 years. That's where FNP fits. We go from 3 to 5. That's where Incredible Years fits. We go from 5 to 11, which is where the PATHS program fits. And then we go from 11 to 18, which is where we put FFT and LST. Now, the portfolio is irrelevant. You could put anything up there. But if you have 5 programs like this, how much is it going to cost against that €8,000, that $8,000 that the state is spending each year? It comes, and at scale, this is for every eligible child in this community in Atlanta. And every eligible child, of course, for LST and PATHS means every child. So how much is this going to cost? It's going to come to about 1.3% of overall expenditure. And this, for us, is the opportunity for public systems. Not that you should shift from not doing any evidence-based programs to only doing evidence-based programs, but we do think there's an opportunity to shift to spending around 2% of expenditure on evidence-based programs, and we're pretty confident that that will offset the effects of the cuts in public services that you're going to have to make, as we have been making in the UK. We've cut about 30% out of children's services. But if we can do these things at scale, which, by the way, the Americans haven't managed to do yet in single communities, a portfolio of programs delivered at scale, we think we could make a difference and offset some of those cuts. What would the effects of that investment be? Reduced conduct disorder by about 2 to 3 points in a community, both early and late in child development. Fewer arrests. Again, both early, as we saw from David's, with fewer arrests of girls from FNP, and late from FFT or MST. Less drug, alcohol, substance misuse. Not such a preoccupation in Spain, I know, but nonetheless a preoccupation for some politicians. And LST will produce less of that, better health outcomes. Less child protection issues. FNP, David was very modest yesterday, but when we look at what works in the area of child protection, FNP is actually the best model that we know that's available. It reduces child protection referrals by 48%. Maybe there are other better interventions, but they're not proven in the same kind of way. We're going to get better educational outcomes and children more ready for school. There's a very interesting systematic review by Joe Durlach last year or the year before, which looked at the effect of these social and emotional regulation programs that have nothing to do with educational outcomes. What they do is they improve children's emotional well-being and they improve their behaviour. But what Durlach found was that the indirect effects on that, on education, were quite pronounced. So if you introduce these programs in a school where the average child is at the 50th percentile, you're boosted up to the 61st percentile. These are things that really matter to parents and to children and to politicians. You're going to get people getting better education, better jobs, therefore they're going to pay more tax. We're going to get more family income, as we see from the Family Nurse Partnership Programme. You're going to get lower levels of depression and anxiety amongst parents. So there's a lot of benefits from a very small investment. It's not a panacea. This isn't going to solve all of our problems. But in a context where we're cutting back public services by about 30%, we think it could make a difference. Okay, now let me say something about getting evidence-based programs ready for systems. Evidence-based programs, I don't need to say it again, they require fidelity. If you don't do them in the way that you're supposed to do them, you just don't get the effect. We've had that experience in Birmingham, in other places in Ireland, where the program hasn't been done well, you don't get the impact. Okay, well that's clear, I don't need to replace that. We've got evidence just as strong from systematic reviews looking at scale that says if you don't have adaptation, things don't scale. So how do we put those two things together? If we're going to scale, we need some adaptation. But if we need to get the outcome, we can't have adaptation, we've got to have fidelity. We've got to get much smarter in thinking about this. The way I think about it is with this thing here. It's an iPhone, and some of you will have an iPhone in the audience. But when you turn your iPhone on, it's your iPhone. This is my iPhone. It has a picture of my daughter on it, jumping off a diving board in the bay in San Sebastian. That's what's on my. That's what makes it my. It's got my apps on it. It doesn't have your apps on it. It has my apps on. This is my iPhone. But what sits behind my iPhone? About 99.9% of the things that sit behind your iPhone. And not only are these things not adaptable, I can't adapt them. I couldn't open this thing up and begin to start moving it around. But this is a personal product. In the work that we're doing with Gates, the phrase we hear over and over again is personalising the mass personalising mass production. All of us want to be individual. In essence, we're all like sheep. You can see by the way we dress. We all look like each other. We all want to be like each other. But we think that we want to be individuals. And somehow, if we're going to scale these evidence-based programs, we've got to get a better balance between some of the adaptations that we need to make to get personalisation and the fidelity that we require in order to deliver the programs. I haven't got time to go into this because I want to leave time for questions, but we have some beautiful examples of that with Incredible Years, taking just one example in Birmingham, where it's being delivered to predominantly Bangladeshi families and the adaptations that go with that. And they feel that it's Incredible Years, designed in Seattle, delivered, by the way, in Ireland, delivered in Wales, delivered in Scandinavia, delivered in Birmingham, with exactly the same results, which tells me a lot about its ability to tap in to fundamental processes of child development, and delivered with Bangladeshi families in Birmingham, and they absolutely love it. And they don't see this as a Seattle program, they see it as a Bengali program, and that's where adaptation can really make a difference. Okay. One of the advantages for Spain is a lot of this technology is available already, and you can benefit from some of this. And here is some of the technology that we have on here. The second one down there is the one that I'll start with, which is this pathway from innovation to proven model. We're very keen in our work that we get more proven models implemented around the world, because if they work for children, I just want to have better things operating for children. But we've also got to get better innovation. And as I said yesterday, one of the advantages that we have in Europe is that we could be, most of the work in the US, although it has been, and I stress this very strongly, developed by practitioners, those practitioners have also been scientists, and most of the stuff has started in the university lab, and then it's spread out. I would like to see more innovation start within public systems, and NGOs, I think, have a significant role to play here. But we've got to get people following the same standards, the same rigor, the same pathways to proving their models, and therefore we'll be able to share them with other people around the world. And we've got some nice models for doing that, and some publications for helping people to do that work. Epidemiology, what a horrible word that is, and no doubt many people in public systems will recoil from it. But it's essentially a map of well-being, and we use it all the time to help to select evidence-based programs from one system to another. And I should stress, when we produce epidemiology, we produce tools that are ready for systems. We're not, of course, these have great scientific benefit, and if other scientists want to make use of that, that's fine. But our epidemiology is designed for systems to help them to think more carefully about how they allocate their resources. And just to take one example there, when we've applied this recently in Glasgow, taking one example of some of the benefits, we find that 20% of children in the high-end public systems, getting high-end services at high cost, 20% of them don't actually have significant problems. They've just managed to get into the system. In English, we use this phrase, they're the worried well. Their parents are worried about them, they're worried about themselves, teachers are worried about them, but actually there isn't anything very much wrong with them. They just need to be left alone. There's also 20% of children, by the way, in communities who have significant problems affecting their mental health, affecting their functioning, affecting their behaviour, that don't get anywhere near systems. They just don't know how to get in. So one of the things that we're interested in, and particularly in the case that you're going to start cutting services, are you going to start cutting services for those children that have a lot of problems or those children that don't have a lot of problems? And epidemiology can help you do that as well as select good portfolios of evidence-based programs. Standards of evidence, again, not a very sexy title, but one of the things you're going to find when you get into this work in Spain is that nobody you're going to meet is going to say, I am not evidence-based. Everybody thinks that they're evidence-based. So the real question is, what is the evidence base? What is the standard below or above which we think something is evidence-based or not? And that standard is important. It's important that it's agreed locally with people in communities and that you all sign up to it. And we have those available in the UK and in the US, and they're there to share, not to copy, but to see as a kind of model from which you could develop. Blueprints for Europe. This is something about which we're very proud. Later in this year, in 2012, we've applied standards of evidence with a group from the United States who've been doing this for over 10 years. Steve is a board member of this organization. It was once called Blueprints for Violence Prevention. We've been collaborating them for looking beyond violence into all areas of child development. And we identifying those programs that we think meet a standard and work. And we're going to share exactly the same database of programs that will be available in the US here in Europe, and we're going to share it in Spanish and in German and possibly in French. I don't know, it depends on what resources that we have available. So these resources will be becoming more available. Investing in children is Dartington's adaptation of Steve House's economic model. We're only just at the beginning of doing this, but it's very interesting to see in the work that we've done so far that, of course, the economic benefits in Europe are significantly less than the economic benefits in the United States. From a simple point of view, we just are not as enthusiastic in Europe at locking up young people with problems. And if you don't lock them up, you don't save quite as much money. But you do save significant amounts of money. And the estimates that we have in the UK may be useful to you as you begin to make these estimates in Spain. And of course, in the long run, you'll want to have more of this data available to help you make better investments. Replication evaluation. You really want to know whether this works in Spain. And don't take it for granted that it will. We have had several programs that we think we have implemented pretty well, but we haven't been able to get the results for them in the UK context. Maybe it's something to do with the UK. Possibly it's something to do with the way in which we've implemented them. We're never quite sure. But you really want to make sure that this is not something that's proven in Atlanta or Seattle or in New York. You want to make sure that this is something that's also proven in Spain, because that's going to give the confidence of your policymakers, of your private investors, of your practitioners in order to be able to make this program. We've developed a series of methods to help replicate results in different contexts. Operating systems. I'm not going to say too much about this, but as I said yesterday, having a collective vision in any community, and a community might be a small neighbourhood, it might be a city, or it may be a whole autonomous region, but you really want to have a shared voice and a shared vision. And there are methods available for doing that. Our own method at Dartington is called Common Language. It doesn't have any great virtue. Communities That Care, as a model from the United States, is actually a proven model. So when you apply Communities That Care in order to decide what programs you're going to implement, the value that's added by having a collective voice improves outcomes over and above the programs you implement. So shared vision, shared voice is really important. And there are others as well that I don't need to go into. Yeah, these are just illustrations, by the way, of the cost-benefit. I can skip over these. Let me come back to prevention action in a minute. A couple of things that we still have to learn about and where you can really help us to make some progress in this area. To realise benefits, that wasn't translatable, so it's still in English. I don't quite know what the our friends up here will be making the exact translation for you. I don't know how you would say that in Spanish. But what that means is is making sure that the money that Steve has identified can be saved, the benefits that we think will accrue from these different programs actually turn out to be true in reality. MST, as we've heard, will produce less custody. But the problem are the system dynamics. If you reduce the number of children going into a youth custody system, the system will adapt and it will find other children from other sources. And suddenly Steve's savings have disappeared. So we need to be able to control system dynamics in order to be able to reap the benefits from an evidence-based program. So there's a clear example there of the overlap between systems and evidence-based programs in order to be able to make progress. And then finally, scaling impact. This is the word that we use with the Gates Foundation. The Gates Foundation work is fascinating for us. One of the things that they're trying to scale is exclusive breastfeeding. Exclusive breastfeeding for the first 2 years of life. That is an evidence-based intervention. This is an intervention that will reduce child death and improve child health. Another one is an antiseptic called chlorhexidine. And you take chlorhexidine and you put it on the umbilical cord of the child, and it reduces infection, and it significantly reduces by about 10% deaths in the first few days in life. It's a little bottle like this, and it costs 2p a bottle to sell. They can't get it scaled. They can't get exclusive breastfeeding free. They can't get that to market. They can't get chlorhexidine, 2p a bottle, and a bottle, by the way, will do several umbilical cords. They can't get this to market. So there's a huge challenge here that we have to be able to engage with. And we don't know how to do this, but with the Gates Foundation, we're trying to learn how to do it. And one of the two clear messages, I could talk at this about length, and we don't have time to do it, but two clear messages come out of this work. One is, scale depends on engaging with users. And users mean children and families, and it means practitioners and the people that run systems. And that engagement is one of the ways in which systems will be able to scale evidence a little bit more clearly. And the other part I don't have time to go into is that in all of this work, you saw it in Scott's presentation, which I greatly admire, by the way, but it's very linear. And it seems that in scale, successful scale, non-linear ways of thinking, feedback loops, going back, thinking again, we made a mistake here, let's go back and try that in a different way. This kind of more messy way of operating and doing strategy is a more effective way of operating. Okay, I'm going to finish there. Let me get back to this slide. If you type into, you can get online here, in fact, you can try it right now if you want. If you put in prevention action into Google, the first site you'll come to is this website. It's published every single day. Every day, there is a breakthrough in prevention science. We could publish 10 times a day. There's enough information to do it. We don't have the capacity to do it. But every day there's a breakthrough in prevention science or an application to policy and practice that we think is worth reporting to the world. And 8,000 people read this particular publication. I encourage you to read it yourselves. They're very short stories. And yesterday, and maybe when we get down into questions now, I'll fiddle around with the computer and we'll find yesterday's story, and you'll see Ian Duncan Smith presenting, and it's available. Maybe even by the time, it's in English, I know already, I tried it earlier on, and maybe by the time I sit down and get online, it'll be in Spanish also, we'll see. So there are ways in which you can keep up to date with what's happening in the prevention science world. I just want to stop, and I hope we're going to have plenty of time for questions. I've kind of lost track a little bit of the time. I want to stress that this can be done. But it's not about doing what others have done. It's not about saying, oh, let's do what the United States have done. It's not about doing what Kate has managed to do in the UK. This is about collaboration. It's about a collaboration between science and policy. It's about a collaboration, as we heard from the ministers yesterday, between the public sector and the private sector. It's about a collaboration between evidence and systems. Evidence by itself is not going to change the world. Systems clearly are not changing the world. We have to put those two things together. It's about, as Kate said, policymakers, practitioners and families collaborating together. And it's about agencies getting more closer to children and families. The scope of this work is huge. I mean, what keeps me awake at night, what I wake up with every morning, is a feeling that we need to improve outcomes for children. In England, in my country at least, that's 11 million children. I want to improve their outcomes. There's a great need to do that. Outcomes for children in England are deteriorating, by the way, over the last 30 years. So I want to improve those outcomes, and now there's 30% less money to do it. So that's a huge, daunting process. But the route to that, I think, is manageable. And it's about scaling things that work in communities. It's about better innovation, innovation that starts in systems as well as in the science lab. It's about spending small amounts of expenditure, 1.3% in Atlanta. And bear in mind, that's 5 evidence-based programs. It will take you 3 years to ramp up to 5 evidence-based programs. So 1.3% over that 5-year period to get started, to get some of the benefits. And as I stressed yesterday in the question and answer session, it's about discipline, it's about doing less and doing it better, it's about being careful and cautious in your aspirations. That's what you would take from Steve House yesterday. Be cautious. Don't say you're going to change the world overnight. You're not going to change the world overnight, but you can make a difference over a considered period of time. And with those kind of messages, I think we can, in these very difficult times, and this is going to go on for another decade for sure in Europe, I think we can make a difference to the lives of children in families in Spain, but not only here, but also elsewhere in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Creo que les dije que era un orador extraordinario y claro y preciso. Tenemos unos cuantos minutos para cualquier comentario, pregunta que consideren oportuno al ponente.
Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much for helping us to think about so many important points. My question for you is about your proposal for a blueprints in Europe. When you are thinking about that, are you thinking in the blueprints run for an organization like yours, or something that needs to be a group like universities and ONGs and politicians and maybe, I don't know, with different criteria from blueprints in the United States of America. Maybe because we have a relationship with communities different, and maybe because we have a paradigm of make people feel well. And I don't know what you think about this, and I would like to know your opinion. Thank you.
Sí, no, decía que creo que es importante que sepan que Filomena viene de Portugal. Ha hablado en inglés, pero viene de Portugal. You say something about this? No. No, que ella trabaja en Portugal y que está preguntando la pregunta entiendo desde la perspectiva de una persona que puede querer adaptar estos programas a Portugal. Nada más.
That was very strange. You were talking in English. I thought you were talking in Spanish, and I was able to understand you. That was a shame, really. I thought I was doing really well there. This is a very important point, a very important point. If we'd started in Europe and tried to replicate the work that that's been done in the United States, which, by the way, has taken 10 years to even get to the violence prevention list, I think it would have taken us 10 or 15 years to make any progress. So our approach to this has been to start with the great work in the United States. And by the way, for those of you who are going to get involved in this work, you're going to find a very generous group of people in sharing their ideas and able to, as you've seen with the examples here, but not only from Steve and from Scott and from David, but for a whole range of other scientists. They're very open people and that's something that we should be very grateful for. So we've started with that knowledge, and we want to publish a website by the end of the year, ideally by the summer and certainly by October, that shares that knowledge. We're trying to find the right funding base for this, but the thing that we're absolutely clear about is that in the longer run, the culture in Europe is different. And we think the products that may go onto that site will be different in the longer run. So we think that having formed the basis of this work, now we have to begin to open it up and to get into collaborations and be able to see how it should develop in the longer term. And that collaboration has to operate. I think, by the way, it can't be something, it may sound a little bit like the Minister Duncan Smith, I don't think this is something for the European Union. I think that will be a death to it. But I do think it's important to get good collaborations between experts, and by experts I mean scientists, practitioners, policymakers across Europe, and begin again to develop a particular European voice for this. But in the first instance, and it may be 2 or 3 years before we even to make any developments, I want to make available the knowledge that we know will make a difference to Europe's children, and that means a close collaboration with our American colleagues.
Y esto significa que hay que colaborar estrechamente con nuestros compañeros de Estados Unidos.
Sí, buenos días. Bueno, yo hablo desde el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, yo trabajo en el área de familia y servicios sociales y bueno, lo primero que quiero es agradecer profundamente pues todas las aportaciones de estos días, los 2 programas que hemos conocido muy bien y el modo de pues, transportarlo, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Yo querría haber intervenido después de la mesa de esta mañana, pero prefiero hacerlo ahora porque la ponencia de Michael Liddell me ha resultado tan interesante que me ha hecho salir todavía más de... me ha confirmado un poco lo que quiero transmitir. Lo primero que querría transmitir es un poco la idea de salir un poco. Ayer, cuando terminamos la jornada, pudimos terminar un poco como con un cierto desánimo. Parece como que pues, estábamos un poco como que no hacíamos absolutamente nada en evaluación, en trabajar con programas basados en la evidencia, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, indudablemente, bueno, a mí me está resultando tremendamente enriquecedor y creo que es muy importante que nos está, pues digamos, haciendo interiorizar más, ¿no? Pues la necesidad de trabajar pues con estos parámetros, ¿no? Pero sí que quiero, pues eso, salir un poco del desánimo y señalar la conveniencia de dar continuidad a esta conferencia, a este encuentro tan interesante, pues digamos bajando un poquito más el paso siguiente, ¿no? Es decir, bueno, vamos a poner sobre la mesa lo que tenemos, que sin duda yo creo que tenemos muchas cosas, ciertamente no con estudios indudablemente tan digamos de una duración longitudinal tan amplia como son los 30 años que nos han presentado en el FNP o en el MST, etcétera, pero sí que nosotros los programas que nos están permitiendo dar continuidad pues a las redes que tenemos ya bastante, yo creo que implantadas, pues de protección de menores, de trabajo con familias, de apoyo y protección a mayores, etcétera, etcétera. La mayoría de los programas que tenemos los tenemos para bien y para mal, pero para muy bien contratados con la iniciativa social. Y digo para muy bien porque eso nos permite pues trabajar con los mejores profesionales, es decir, para que ellos puedan trabajar con nosotros y llevar a cabo esos programas tienen que pues, someterse a una serie de criterios, concursos, etcétera, y nos tienen que presentar lo mejor, es decir, el mejor programa, los mejores modos de hacerlo, etcétera, y siempre también se les pide, dentro de los requisitos, pues que nos presenten un plan de calidad que incluye evaluación. Ahora vamos a poner todavía más la mirada digamos, en una evaluación mucho más, digamos, más afinada y más en la línea que tenemos aquí, ¿no? Pero bueno, en definitiva, y para no liarme mucho, yo lo que querría es que este encuentro tuviese el siguiente paso, y yo creo que en el Ayuntamiento de Madrid estamos, digamos, preparados para organizarlo, porque también ahí yo creo que se ha avanzado mucho en el sentido de que, bueno, pues se han creado en los últimos años estructuras como esta que ha organizado esta conferencia, tenemos una Dirección General de Calidad que yo creo que nos está ayudando mucho, nos está exigiendo muy bien el planificar objetivos con criterios correctos, etcétera, etcétera, el evaluar, etcétera, etcétera. Y tenemos departamentos de evaluación y calidad en distintas dependencias municipales y tal. Pero bueno, simplemente yo lo que quiero es simplemente un comentario, después de agradecer las aportaciones muchísimo y que son muy ricas, el pedir pues que tengan esa continuidad para poner encima de la mesa qué programas estamos llevando a cabo y bueno, pues cómo podemos continuar, no empezar, sino continuar en ese tren que decíamos ayer, ¿no? Con todos estos criterios que estamos viendo en estos días. Gracias.
Okay. There's a lot of runaway trains in this conference, isn't there?
Muchos trenes desbocados en esta conferencia,
you do have one of the best train systems in the world. We don't have a great train system in the UK, so we'd like to have a few more runaway trains, I think, in the UK. I think they're very good points. I think the continuity here is very important. This is going to be a slow journey. It's a continuing conversation. It's a conversation that needs to take a lot of time, a lot of working out. The work, just thinking back to the work that we're doing now with the Gates Foundation, they've come and they said, we don't know how to do this work. And our job, by the way, is not to tell the Gates Foundation how to do it. Our job is to facilitate a series of conversations with experts to find out how to do it. And they're going to take 18 months to do that. And so that doesn't mean to say they're not acting as they're doing it, but collaborating across Spain, across the autonomous regions, maybe from Spain into Portugal, maybe into other countries. I think that's going to be a really important part for your work. And you reminded me talking, the one thing that I would really hope that you can learn, that I wish we had learned earlier, or I wish we knew how to deal with better in the UK context, is the idea that because you're for something, you must be against something else. So we have been promoting, for example, in Ireland and in England and in Scotland, evidence-based programs. And we've been promoting better evaluation, randomized control trials, and with a great deal of success. But we've created, in the wake of that, what I think of as an antibody reaction, where people say, oh, and so you get questions like, are you for or against evidence-based programs? Well, you know, I'm really for an evidence-based program where a program exists and it can be implemented and it can be funded and it does produce better results. I'm really for that because I'm really for better outcomes for kids. Are you for or against randomized control trials? Well, if I want to find out what people think about a service, whether they like it or not, I'm not for randomized control trials because randomized control trials are not very good at telling you about qualitative perspectives and what people think. But if you want to know whether the program has an impact or not, I think it can really make a difference. And I think you're right. I want to be caught. I'm going to give you an example of one of the big mistakes that I made in a moment. I was going to tell David the story earlier on, so I'll use it to tell him and the rest of the audience. But I think you're right to look more to some of the things that are effective within services to see whether they can be proven. We have a program in the UK called Reclaiming Social Work, and it's a program developed by a social worker, which goes back to the core social work principles, and it writes it down and it manualizes it, and it's been delivered across a whole local authority, so it's been scaled, and everybody feels very good about it, but we don't know whether it works. So we have an opportunity in other local authorities to find out whether it does work. There you have something that's system ready, and maybe it works as well. I think there's a good reason to think that it would work. So that's another way of going about this. But I think also, if there is technology out there that is proven to work, I would be hesitant about looking elsewhere. We had an experience in Ireland where we had $200 million to spend of philanthropic money, and we were investing it in evidence-based programs, but we were allowing the communities that in the end were making the decision about where this money would be spent, in some cases to do their own innovation. And we had a group from the north side of Dublin who we took to the United States. I'm pretty sure, in fact I can remember it now as I speak, they talked to David, they went to see families in New York, they would have been enthused in the same way that Kate was enthused when she first saw this program, but nonetheless they decided to develop their own program. And we supported them in that process, and it's been evaluated by a randomized control trial. And I don't know what the results of that trial are yet, it's still underway. This work started in 2005. It took them 3 years to develop the program. They're in the process of implementing, and you can see from David's results how long it will be before we get a better outcome. At the time, I thought that was the right decision. When I reflect upon it now, this morning I was thinking about all the things that we've got wrong, I think that was the wrong decision. I don't think that helps. Maybe they will get good results. I would be very surprised if they'll get better results than FNP. So if the technology is there and it's available, I would begin to use it. But at the same time, if you can see things that have a potential outside of evidence-based programs that are operating well within systems, let's see if we can develop. But generally, I absolutely applaud your decision to continue this conversation, to keep learning, to get some of the difficulties out, to discuss them, and to try and develop a common voice, a common vision of how you want to go about this work in Spain.
Tenemos tiempo para una pregunta breve.
Yeah. Hi, Michael. Good morning, and I thank you your intervention as I thank your colleagues yesterday. I think that the best way to show my thank you to you is to address you in your native language, because you did such a long way from your country to share with us your great experience, that at least to show you that I can, well, thank you, expressing me in your native language. That's my thanks, my personal thanks to your effort to come here. Now, going back to my native language, which is Spanish, of course, where I feel more confident, I'm going to try to share with you my feelings these 2 days in this conference. Estoy de acuerdo con la intervención de mi compañera antes. Yo también trabajo en el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, en el área de familia y servicios sociales. Ha sido muy interesante hasta ahora, estos 2 días que estamos escuchando unas experiencias fantásticas. Y yo también quería intervenir después del panel de la mañana, de la primera mesa, un poco para dejarle un mensaje al señor Olds y a todos ustedes de que si, como en el caso que ha mostrado esta mañana el señor Olds, el Gobierno de España pidiera, como en su día, al Gobierno de Blair, que le ha explicado, una colaboración para implementar estos programas que estamos conociendo en profundidad estos días, que yo quiero transmitirle un mensaje de que le puedo asegurar que en España hay buenísimos profesionales, entre los que me incluyo, por cierto, by the way, que podríamos implementar, igual que Kate hizo en Inglaterra, un proceso de introducción de este tipo de programas en España. Lo digo, también le comentaba a Steve hace un rato, que me da un poco de pena que todos ustedes que han venido a darnos con esta generosidad sus experiencias evaluadas con evidence-based, ¿no? O based evidence, claro, basadas en la evidencia, testadas, cosa que es verdad que nosotros no hemos podido hacer en estos años. Nos hemos dedicado más a la gestión, a montar un sistema público de servicios sociales en España que lleva 30 años funcionando y que a pesar de la grave crisis económica todavía está ahí, está en pie, y nuestra tarea es fundamentalmente mantenerlo. Es verdad que no hemos tenido tiempo para evaluar. Estábamos tan implicados en la acción que no hemos tenido tiempo para evaluar, lo reconocemos. Aparte que no lo tenemos en el ADN de nuestra cultura, somos más accionistas que reflexivos. Entonces va un poco la cultura española también, como ese toro magnífico que nos ha puesto usted ahí arriba para recordarnos. Fíjese lo que es el toro, nada menos ni nada más que un accionista de los bravos. Quiero decirle esto porque yo creo y apoyo la propuesta de mi compañera, que sería fantástico poder continuar este proceso, poder participar algunos profesionales que estaríamos muy interesados en que la acción de nuestro Gobierno se aproximara a este tipo de acciones, digamos, comprobado cost-benefit en momentos de crisis y de budgetary cuts. Estamos en cortes presupuestarios muy importantes, como ustedes deben de saber, y solo lamentar que bueno, esperemos que haya una próxima ocasión, que se vayan ustedes sin algo en return. O sea, ustedes nos han dado sus experiencias y, sin embargo, es una pequeña pena que no se lleven alguna experiencia nuestra, que las tenemos, algunas, no muchas, pero buenas, evaluadas, testadas, sobre todo en el campo de familia e infancia y sobre todo en este Ayuntamiento de Madrid, que fue pionero en implementar programas ya en los 80 y en los 90 muy, muy, muy innovadores. Cuando no se hablaba de innovación social, ya éramos innovadores. Entonces, bueno, esperemos que haya una segunda oportunidad. Yo le decía a Steve hace un rato que la vida del ser humano es errar, errar, errar y aprender de los errores, ¿no? Yo creo que en un proceso podremos comunicarnos y intercambiar experiencias y, desde luego, agradecerle su presencia y su magnífico trabajo. Gracias.
Thank you. Well, I think that's very, I mean, I certainly would like to learn more about, the work that's taking place here in Spain. I think one of the things that, you remind me in all of this is the terribly important need for humility in this work. And the two things that kind of resonated as you were speaking. One was David yesterday saying, I did this evaluation in Elmira, and it had very nice results. I can remember writing about Elmira a few years later thinking, this is like a little miracle cure here. But David didn't want to spread it because he wasn't sure this was going to work in some of the high-risk communities that it was going to be applied in the United States. So that takes a lot of humility to do that. And then I'll tell you a story about the program in the UK. One of the jobs that I do now with all of this social investment is occasionally a system will invite me in and say, we have a private investor who's coming and he's going to go around all the innovation in the city and we'd like you to be there to help us negotiate this discussion with the private investor because they want to invest in these options. And it's a very depressing experience because I go to, this was in a city of Nottingham in this instance I'm going to give you. I go to a program from social workers that they've developed, and they say it's 70% successful. And I say, well, what does that mean? Well, it's just 70% successful. Everything is 70% successful. It's rather amazing. I don't know what 70% successful at doing what. I don't know. No trial, just that it's 70% successful. We go to the next program. That's also 70% successful. Oh, that's very interesting. Nottingham is a place where there's lots of innovation, obviously. And then we went to Family Nurse Partnership. And the investor said, how successful is your program? He's really ready for this 75%, maybe 80%. And you know the reply that he got? We don't know. We don't know how successful this program is. And I'm sitting there thinking there's 3 randomized control trials, there's a 4th one on the way, and she said, of course there are these 3 randomized control trials, but they're all in America. We have another trial taking place in the UK, and when we get the results from that, we'll know whether this is a successful program or not. That takes a lot of humility to be able to do that. And as we continue these conversations in Spain, I hope you'll think about that and think about your work. We're working with children, and we are imposing on children, very often very poor children, huge intrusions on their lives, foster care, residential care, and we don't know whether these things are effective or whether they're harmful. And we have to get a little bit more humility in thinking about whether we're getting things right or wrong in the conversation that we have moving forward.